Sit straight and relaxed. Settle down the body and open the mind for the receipt of the divine. Silent meditation, Atta Dhyana. Bhadram karne bhisrinuyama devaha Bhadram pashye makshabirya jatraha Stirairangais tushtuvagung sastanubi Vyashema deva hitaya dayuhu Swastina indro vridhashravaha Swastina pusha vishvavedaha Swastinastarkshyo arishtanemihi Swastino brahaspatir dadatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. We are going to continue with the singing of mantras. We start with Jaya Ganesha on page 12. And we need more light.
One more.
We're going to sing together. Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Parima. Sri Ganesha, Sri Ganesha, Sri Ganesha, Lakshama. Sharavana Baba, Sharavana Baba, Sharavana Baba, Parima. Subramanya, 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 Lakshama. Jaya Saraswati, Jaya Saraswati, Jaya Saraswati, Parima. Shri Saraswati, Shri Saraswati, Shri Saraswati, Rakshama. Jaya Guru, Guru, Hari Guru, Ram. Jagat Guru, Param Guru, Sadguru, Shah. Om Hari Guru, Advaita Guru, Ananda Guru, Guru, Chinmaya Guru, Om Hari Guru, Advaita Guru, Ananda Guru, Chiri Guru, Chaitanya Guru, Chinmaya Guru, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Jaya
Jai Ram, Jai
I will read a little part of Swami Shivananda's book, Samadhi Yoga. Immortality can be attained only by performing acts of kindness continuously. Hatred, anger, and jealousy are removed by continuous service with a loving heart. Lord Buddha still lives in our hearts. Why? Because he was extremely kind. He did immense service and he was an embodiment of compassion. You will get more strength, more joy, more satisfaction by doing kind acts. Your heart will be at rest even when you are about to face death. You will be loved by all. Practice of compassion, charitable acts, and kind services purify and soften the heart. Turn the heart lotus upwards and prepare the aspirant for the reception of divine light. Root out vices, plant virtues, develop mercy, unselfishness, kshama, pure cosmic love, patience, perseverance, peace, etc. Lead an ideal life in God. Be good and do good. Forgive your servants 108 times. Excuse their mistakes just as you would excuse your children. Share with them whatever you eat. Develop samabhava, equal vision. This is the essence of jnana. Hari Om, Tat Sat. We will now repeat the number 800 and following mantras, blessings, and prayers, starting with the Om Triambakam. Om Triambakam
yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarukamiva bandhanam mrityurmushyamamritat. Om Triambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarukamiva bandhanam mrityurmushyamamritat. Om Triambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarukamiva bandhanam mrityurmushyamamritat. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Sarve Bhavatu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Makaschit Dukkhavat Bhavet. Asato ma Sakamaya, Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityor ma Mritangamaya. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Universal Prayer number 808. O adorable Lord of mercy and love, salutations and prostrations unto Thee. Thou art omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. Thou art Satchidananda. Thou art existence, knowledge, and bliss absolute. Thou art the indweller of all beings. Grant us an understanding heart, equal vision, balanced mind, faith, devotion, and wisdom. Grant us inner spiritual strength to resist temptation and to control the mind. Free us from egoism, lust, anger, greed, hatred, and jealousy. Fill our hearts with divine virtues. Let us behold Thee in all these names and forms. Let us serve Thee in all these names and forms. Let us ever remember Thee. Let us ever sing Thy glories. Let Thy name be ever on our lips. Let us abide in Thee forever and ever. Let us abide in Thee forever and ever. Om Bolo Satguru Shivananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Om Guru Adi Guru Shankaracharya Maharaj Ki Jai. And now we will stand up for Arati. Jaya Jaya Rati Vina Vinayaka Vina Vinayaka Shri Ganesha Jaya Jaya Rati Subramanya Subramanya Kartikeya Jaya Jaya Rati Vinu Gopala Vinu Gopala Vinu Lola Papa Hirura Navanita Chora Jaya Jaya Rati Venkataramana Venkataramana Sankataparama Sitarama Radheshama Jaya Jaya Rati Gauri Manohara Gauri Manohara Bhavani Shankara Samba Sadashiva Uma Maheshwara Jaya Jaya Rati Raja Rajeshwari Raja Rajeshwari Tripura Sundari Mahalakshmi Mahasaraswati Mahakali Mahashakti Jaya Jaya Rati Anjaneya Anjaneya Hanumanta Jaya Jaya Rati Dattatreya Dattatreya Trimurtiavatara Jaya Jaya Rati Adityaya Adityaya Bhaskaraya Jaya Jaya Rati Shanishwaraya Shanishwaraya Bhaskaraya Jaya Jaya Rati Shankaracharya Shankaracharya Advaita Gurave Jaya Jaya Rati Sadgurunatha Sadgurunatha Shivananda Jaya Jaya Rati Jesus Gurave Moses Gurave Buddha Gurave Jaya Jaya Rati Mohammed Gurave Lao Tse Gurave Samasta Gurubhyo Namaha Jaya Jaya Rati Venu Gopala Tvameva Mata Javi
Charishyami Masucham.
So now you get some prasad. I have an announcement for the participants of the World Yoga Summit. So now you have at 8 o'clock 5 Yoga Asana Workshops, short classes, and there's a change in the rooms. So the first 3 classes are according to the program, but the last 2, 5 yoga asanas for decluttering the memories with Amra from Bosnia, will be in the Saraswati room, right beside here, and the 5 yoga asanas for connecting to the Supreme with Mr. Ilya Daov will be in the Manipura room. So I wish you nice short classes. Afterwards you will have a break of 1 hour, and at 9:30 we continue here all together with a lecture of Dr. Vikrant Singh in the Shivananda Hall. See you and have nice yoga classes. Hari Om. Umbauen. Danke. Ich dachte erst, du willst Harmonium spielen, deswegen war ich so irritiert. Wieso spielt er Harmonium? Ich will doch. Ja. Warum nicht? Mit 2 Harmoniums auch gut, wenn die gut gestimmt sind. Nein. Besser 5 Harmonium als 5 Trommeln.
Irgendwie mache ich das ziemlich widerwillig, ne?
Bitte? Ja, natürlich. Die Übung sind Verhaftungslosigkeit, der kann ich verstehen. Nein. Sukadev musste dann auch gehen, er konnte es nicht ertragen. Ich sage nichts. Grummel, Grummel, Grummel. Muffel. Da fing er richtig an zu muffeln.
Hat man auch gesehen.
Ja, nee, da musste er auch weggehen und dann auch das Geschehen verlassen.
Der Lachen. Den anderen hier so her. Ja. Auf einer Seite.
Aber ich kann auch ICCR verstehen.
Ja,
Die müssen
irgendwie gucken, ne?
Nee, sonst kriegen wir sofort Probleme. Wenn es ist, dann kommen die ganzen Moslems und machen sofort.
Und die Blume einmal nach vorne schauen.
Entschuldigung?
Hinter.
Oben. Okay. Passt, ne?
Just testing. Do you test? Om Shanti. Do you hear me? Is it okay? Oh,
Ich glaube ja.
do you hear me? Do you hear me well? Oh yes, I think it's good. Okay. Yes. Do you hear me? Do you hear me well? Okay. Okay.
könntest du nicht Donnerstag oder Freitag eine Fahrt übernehmen?
Kannst du kurz einfach checken, weil ich habe diese Woche auch Termine, viele. Ich bin immer schon und außerhalb auch mit Flora. Flora hat da Kindergartenabschluss, da verschiedene so Veranstaltungen. Da muss ich dann schauen. Schreib mir einfach, welche Termine. Ja, aber die Gäste werden sehr schön finden. Und stell dir vor, sie fahren hier. Oh, das ist woanders. Wo ist das? Und wenn sie auch wissen, dann müssen wir wieder fahren. Das ist schon ja, das steht ja.
It was very interesting this morning, and it really was yes, the breathing. Yes, very interesting after the meditation. It's really
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Do you hear me? Great. Great. So let's start. Today we are going to have a practice for the peaceful mind. So just make sure if that's the reason you came here, you are in the right hall. And maybe I stand up first so everyone sees me. But I will be having, you just have a seat for the time. Have a seat, and I would be standing up for a while, just making sure everyone can see me. And during the practice, I will be also moving around the hall. So if you don't see me making some of the asanas here on the mat, I just will come and correct and show you the way. Okay, we've got the translation, right? Okay, good. So first, sit comfortably in asana in Sukhasana or Padmasana, lotus pose, or half lotus, whatever your body feels comfortable with. Align your spine, and you can straighten your spine starting from your hips and just extending it upwards. You can imagine as if there was a kind of tiny, tiny thread pulling from the crown of your head up to the sky. And feel how your back gets elongated, extended. In the same time, release your shoulders. Chin is parallel to the floor. Release your chest. Release your facial muscles. And take a deep breath in. And deep breath out. One more time. Deep, deep breath in. And deep breath out. And one more time. In your own rhythm. Good. And we'll start with 3 Oms. Namaste. First, inhale. And then on exhale. When you came for this practice, you had some idea or intention in your mind why you are coming especially for this class. Just try to recall this intention. Because our energy follows our thoughts. So what was your thought of coming here? And I'm inviting you to be mindful during the practice. Whenever you go into any of the asana or you make a move, just think why, what is the purpose, what is the intention of that move you are making. First, try to feel the impulse and only then move. So we will be standing up now. First, try to feel the impulse. Then go with that impulse. Make an action and get up. And we'll start with a warm up before doing the other asanas. So first, just make sure your feet is grounded on the floor. Toes are expanded. You're feeling the ground, the stability. And again, extend your spine and release your shoulders. Make a deep breath in and out. And then start moving from your toes to your heels. Just feeling every touching point of your feet on the mat. Be aware of the points that touch. And come back in the center. Again, spine long, shoulders relaxed. And then we will start moving our fingers. Just move them a little bit. Feel them. Feel the impulses on the tips of your fingers. Then squeeze and extend like that. I'm just showing. You can keep your arms also here. And wrists a little bit, rolling from one direction to the other. Also elbows. And to the other side. Then fingers together on your shoulders. With an inhale, put your elbows together and up. Exhale behind your back and down. And 2 more rolls like that. Don't forget to breathe. Then the other direction. Okay. Then release. And now feet a little bit more apart and start moving with the spine extend. Just move from one side to the other. And it's not really like leaning or bending, it's more keeping your spine aligned and just lifting up one feet and other, one foot and other, from one to the other. And then extend your toes. Good. Again, remember about the alignment. And now we are gonna sit down on the mat with legs extended to the front, stretched to the front. Extending your spine. Feet a little bit apart, and you can lean on your palms. And now just roll the toes out to the outer side and inside, out and in. And it is also movement with your hips. It's like hips are going out and in. Now we'll go to the asana called Pavan Mukta Asana, which is laying on your back. And initially, you just fold your knees a little bit. And make sure you stretch your spine again on the mat. Then extend your legs and fold the right knee to the chest with an inhale. With exhale, bring your back up and head up to the knee. Hold and breathe. So raise your head up. Okay? Hold, breathe. Try to put knee closer to the chest. Okay. Release. Now the same with the other leg. Inhale, knee up to the chest. Exhale, head and back up. Knee to the head, to the either forehead or chin. Hold, breathe. And come back. Now you will do with both legs together, knees to the chest, with inhale, and raise your head, raise your back, pull your knees towards your either nose or forehead or chin, hold and breathe. Okay. Now, come back. Relax for a few breaths. And then we will go in the posture which is called Viparita Karasana, with legs up. And there are several variations. If there was a big wall, then you could put your legs against the wall. But since the wall is not there, the original version of Viparita Karasana is by first lifting your legs up, and then lift your hips and lean your legs more like towards the head. And the back is not vertical, but it is like about 45 degrees from the floor. If this one feels difficult or challenging, you just raise your legs up straight, vertical, and keep them. Hold them like that. Why the inverted asanas are important for the peace of mind? Just stay in that pose. Breathe. And the legs are not horizontal. They are also more like 45 degrees from the floor. Unless you lay on the back, then they are vertical. So importance of the inverted asana for the peace of mind is that when we are laying with our legs up, it activates our parasympathetic system, which is just relax and digest. Whereas sympathetic nervous system would say run or fight. So now we just rest and digest. Bringing peace to our mind. Telling to our mind, everything is all right. Okay, now come back on the floor. And another posture with legs up is Ananda Balasana. It is blissful baby's pose, which is you put your legs, bend your knees, put your legs up, knees and feet a little bit apart, and put your palms on the feet. And just stay in that position for a while. Head down. Head down, and just feel your back flat on the mat. Breathe, don't forget to breathe. Okay, and then pull your knees to your chest, cross your legs, grab your toes, and roll. Slightly roll from front to back. Come up in a sitting position. And we go to Paschimottanasana, which means Paschima, back, Uttan going upwards. So first, we are stretching our back up, and only then we will be leaning down. And remember that the back remains aligned. So again, we first feel the impulse, then go with the action. First, arms up, back up. Inhale. Exhale, lean down. As soon as you feel that your back starts rolling, then just stay there. Even if it's vertical, you can stay vertical. Look at the front. Focus your gaze, and then release your arms. First, put your palms on the mat, and just press them against the mat. Extend your back. Look to the front. If you feel tension in the lower spine, you can bend your knees, and then you can put your belly on the thighs. Okay. First, look front, and then align the back of your head with your spine. So, head goes a little bit downwards. You can visualize that there is a kind of string pulling again from the crown of your head, first upwards, and then when you lean, then diagonally. And the string is starting from your tailbone and just pulling. In the same time, make sure your shoulders are relaxed. So it's not like that, but shoulders down, away from your ears. Don't try to put your face to the knees if your spine is rounded. So first, spine is extended. Okay. Breathe. And also, if you feel the most tense point in your spine, focus on that point and just release with the help of your breath. Exhale through that tensed area. Visualize that your breath out flows through that tensed area of the back, or maybe somewhere in the thighs. Could be different. Now come up and we'll go to Balasana, baby's pose, sitting on our knees, on our heels. And first variation is with your arms in front. If it's not comfortable to sit like that, knees together, you can put your knees apart. Knees apart to the sides, especially in this one when you put arms in the front. And just extend your arms, surrender to the earth. Feel your breath. And then the other variation is with knees together, and you can put your arms next to the sides, forehead down. If you cannot put forehead down on the floor, then another variation is you put your fists one on the other and forehead on your fists. Just sense how it feels to be in this position with your back grounded. And this is another one for the peace of mind, where you feel comfortable, like in mom's belly. Your spine is comfortable. All the vertebrae are released. Okay. And now just listen. Don't do anything yet. But again, I will ask you to follow your impulse first. We will be getting up, and we will be doing it with closed eyes, trying not to press against the palms, not to press our hands against the floor. Just without the help of the hands, we will be getting up very slowly. First, feel the impulse, eyes closed, and start getting up in a standing position. And when you will be standing, still keep your eyes closed. Take your time. Then again, with eyes closed, first feel your alignment of the spine. Release your shoulders. See if anything needs to be changed. Then first impulse and only then do the change. So it's a mindful practice. Okay, and again, take one deep breath in. You can open your eyes. Deep breath out. Another. Breath in. Breath out. And one more in your own rhythm. So, eyes open, release your body. See if anything needs to be moved. Head or shoulders or whatever feels in this moment is right for your body. Maybe just a bit kind of jumping or releasing your legs or arms or moving your head. Okay, and then feet together, palms, namaste, 3 shanti. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. And staying with this inner peace. Thank you.
Om, laut, ne? Kann leiser. Om 1, Om 2, better like that. Om Shanti. Okay. Sahana Bhavatu, Sahana Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Namah Shivaya. Good morning to everybody here. So today is the second day of the global conference on shaping the future of the world by Holistic Yoga Beyond Physiology. And this morning I welcome especially Dr. Vikrant Singh to my so special guest. So I'm very honored to announce you for a lecture. He is an internationally recognized scholar, academic, author, trainer, and business consultant. And his area of research is ancient spiritual wisdom and modern life. He has given lectures and development programs on life management and ancient Vedic wisdom to more than 300,000 people in over 30 countries. So he is involved in mentoring ministers, defense officials, and multinational corporations. And he's also the author of the book, Rule the World as Krishna Did. So Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar will give a lecture on the Vedanta philosophy and 21st world problems. So please.
Namaste everybody. Thank you very much, Narendraji, and I welcome all of you. I am told to speak about our world problems and the philosophy of Vedanta. Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says that mind is the best friend and the worst enemy. Mind in Sanskrit is also called Dhi. And when this Dhi, our mind, gets confronted with the situations of life, then it creates anxiety. How many of you ever felt anxiety in your life? Okay. So this anxious mind is called Adhi. Dhi is the mind, and anxieties of mind is Adhi, the fluctuations that we have. So scripture says that there are 3 types of anxieties. So I am giving you 30 seconds to think about the last anxiety that you felt. It can be anything. It can be when you were stuck in a traffic jam in the fear of losing your flight. It may be when some relationship behaved difficult with you. It may be when share market crashed. It may be anything. Think about it. Giving you 30 seconds to think about any anxiety that you felt last time. Don't worry, I won't ask you. Perfect. Nice. You are in it. How many of you could think of any anxiety? Nice. So lots of anxious minds we have here, which is nice to understand this topic. So scripture says that there are 3 types of anxieties. Now I am going to elaborate those 3, and you raise your hand which type of your anxiety it is. The first type of anxiety, they say, man versus man. Anxiety between two people, anxiety because of a person. So, is your anxiety related to a person? Like somebody said something to you which really hurt you, or somebody should have said that moment but did not say anything. Somebody did something, or somebody did not do something. A person is involved. That person may be a friend, boss, spouse, or any stranger. A person is involved and he or she made you anxious. So, is your anxiety connected with that? Perfect. So you can label your anxiety now. It is called Adi Bhautik. Adi Bhautik is man versus man. So your anxiety is connected to a person. Now the second type of anxiety. Man versus nature. There is not a person involved, but still you felt anxious. Nobody is involved. Actually, your friend started purchasing shares in the stock market, investing in the stock market, and seeing him, you also started investing in the stock market. And the day you started putting money in share market and stock market, it started crashing down. Every day you read newspaper and you feel sad about your whole being because your money is devaluating every day in the share market. So you're feeling anxious about it. And then one fine day morning you decided enough of it and you sold all of your stock to get peace of mind. But the day you sold all your stock, next day onwards it started raising. So even that also brought anxiety. So it is no person is involved. You are going to catch a flight in Berlin and you are stuck in the traffic. Not a person is engaged to conspire against you, but somehow the problem related to COVID. Many people deceased during that. And the fear that I may also lose my life, my dear ones. Not a person is involved, but still anxiety was there. Yes. Everything is going perfect in life. A very happy married life. Amazing job. Making millions. Kids are doing great. Boss loves you. Business is rocketing high. Everything is perfect. And one fine day, just like sitting in the midst of the nature, you put your hand like this and you found a small mole here. Something swollen. You saw the doctor and doctor had a pale face and he said, you know, mister, we may need to inquire it. We may need to go for some biopsy. And you said, what does that mean? Doctor said, we just need to check and assure that it is not malignant. And a sample was taken. And then you ask, when will the report come? Of my future, of my life. Doctor says, after 48 hours. Now those 48 hours, you will see your whole life of last 48 years. You'll see the world from a very different point of view because you don't know what may come. See, in all these cases, not a person is involved, but still anxiety is there. And finally, after 2 days, everything was fine, but those 2 days were in anxiety. How many of you felt this type of anxiety? It is called, even in Corona or even earthquakes, what happened in Turkey. So, there is not a person involved, man versus nature. Can you raise your hands? Is your anxiety connected with that? Nice. It is called Adi Devik. Devik, not a person involved. Some divine interventions maybe. Third is called man versus within. Now there is no person nor nature is involved. Something in you is troubling you. How many of you ever said this to yourself? I am sick of my own mind. It thinks so much. How many of you? This is man versus within. Nobody has said something to you. But we ourselves are contemplating about things. That what that person may be thinking about me, what must be, and there are many, many things. This is the problem of Arjuna also. To be or not to be, said Shakespeare. Confused within. It can be many, like, why it happened to me? Why it happens to me always? Why me for these things? Have you ever gone through these questions? Perfect. This is man versus within, Adi Atmik. Adi Atmik. So now you can label the anxiety. So Dhi led to Adi, the anxious mind, and there can be three types of anxieties. So this Adi, if can be processed well, or there are chances it may not be processed well. So this Adi, if not processed well, will lead to Vyadhi. How many of you have heard this word, Vyadhi? Vyadhi means disease. So it will start physically manifesting on the body. If we keep that anxiety long within ourselves, it will start manifesting on our body. I met many people who got their left body paralyzed because they harnessed that anxiety for a long period in themselves. And let me tell you interestingly, people of high caliber, high intellectual potential, high positions in the society, they are more prone for these diseases. Do you know why? You must be. When you are an achiever in professional life, in materialistic life you are an achiever. But something happened to you and you are not comfortable with it. So your self-respect in your own eyes is so high that you don't want to share your problem with anybody. For one, I don't want to appear weak. Two, I do not want anybody's sympathy. Three, it will make me vulnerable. Fourth, what you call is spiritual arrogance. If I am spiritually inclined, how can I have stress? I will reject that, I will dismiss that idea that I can have stress because I am spiritually elevated. And that is where the medical science plays a role, which you call as narcotics. Even your body tells the truth. You are denying, you are saying I have no stress, but your heartbeat is saying something else. Why you are denying? Because you are an achiever and you don't want to look weak to yourself either. So these things will lead to Vyadhi if you do not go for any intervention. Vyadhi means disease. So Adi may lead to Vyadhi, or if you are wise, because there are two types of people on the planet. Some are wise, some are otherwise. So people who are otherwise, they go for Vyadhi. And some are wise, they intervene. They go for four things. First, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. They go for a master. I'm sorry, I have a clock here, so I'm putting it on again and again. So, they go for a master. Buddha said, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. Whenever you face Adi, search a master and share your heart out. Second is Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami. Whenever you face any anxiety, start reading scriptures, books about life. Because we are not the first person on the planet and not for the first time we are facing these anxieties. Saints and seers knew it, and this is there in the scriptures, the solutions. Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, said Buddha. Read the scriptures. Third is Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. If you don't have the master nor the message, at least be in the company of right-minded people. Not like-minded. A corrupt will have another corrupt as like-minded. A lazy will find another lazy as like-minded. A smoker will find another smoker as like-minded. Right-minded. Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. This is a Sangham, beautiful Sangham. So this Sangham will also elevate you from your anxiety. Buddham Sharanam, Dhammam Sharanam, Sangham Sharanam. And the fourth one is, Buddha said, and it was the last words of his life, Appadipo Bhava. If nothing of this you got, nor the master, nor the message, nor the message of right kind, then go for meditation. All answers are within. Meditate equal minutes to the number of your age. If you are 43 years, meditate at least 43 minutes per day. So, then there are chances that this Adi will go towards Samadhi. Sama means balanced. Adi means all the fluctuations of mind. Then there are chances that this will go towards Samadhi. Now let me ask you, how many of you have a master or a person in your life with whom you share everything? Everything means absolutely everything. The best and the worst experiences of your life, the best and the worst thoughts that you ever had, you share it with somebody. Raise your hand. Good, you got one in. Now second, how many of you read scriptures? Scriptures directly, without anybody in between. You and scriptures. Scriptures means books about life, not livelihood. Raise your hands. Nice, you got two in. How many of you live, you have some people around who are very righteous, very positive, full of life and vitality, and you talk to them on daily basis. Nice. 3 in. How many of us meditate daily equal minutes to the age? Raise your hands. I am not seeing anything. Perfect. So if your hands are, anybody of you who raised his hand in all 4 questions, now that person should raise it. Nice. So I see you smiling all the time. Fine. So if you have all these 4 things together, the Adi will certainly go towards Samadhi, not towards Vyadi. Do I make sense? Now, I am going to give you 3 quick tips from Vedanta. 3 quick tips from Vedanta. First, for man versus man. The simplest tip which I could think from Vedanta is, do not judge anybody. It will reduce man versus man conflict to a great extent. Even if the judgment comes in your mind, the energies will go to and reach that person. Let's not create 2 buckets, good and bad. Don't judge anybody. Vedanta says don't judge anybody. Why? The biggest reason is you do not know him or her enough to judge. You know a small part of his life. You haven't seen his or her whole life. And even if you have grown together, you have seen whole life, you have not seen his own past lives. So a person is a book of 1 lakh pages maybe, 100,000 pages. And what you are seeing is only 1 page. Do not judge on that 1 page. There is a reason why a person is the way he is. If he is stammering, if he is losing confidence, if he is unable to speak with confidence, if he is throwing tantrums, if he is getting irritated, even if he is lying, deceiving, there are some experiences in his life which has made him what he is today. When you know his whole journey, the only feeling you'll be left with, absolute compassion. You'll feel like hugging that person rather than judging that person. This is first step from Vedanta, and this is what Vedanta says. There are 3 bodies. You see the physical body. When you exchange the behavior with that person, you know the subtle body. But that person himself does not know the causal body, the deep-rooted vasanas that person has. deep-rooted, unconscious desires. Even that person doesn't know that. How will you know? And the life journeys. So stop judging today onwards. And let me tell you, it is easier said than done. It happens very frequently when you are eating something and you put your plate and you went someplace else and somebody shifted your plate and put himself that place. Suddenly we feel bad. These judgments are very quick, that this person does not have etiquettes. No, he may be hungry. He may be fasting. He didn't know. There may be many things. Give benefit of doubt. Second, for man versus within. For man versus nature. So before I go to man versus nature, I will request you that look into each other's eyes, whosoever you can look into, and say, I accept you as it is, as you are. Anybody. See into each other's eyes and say, I accept you as you are. Let's create a world which should accept everybody as they are. Even if you can't have eye contact, you can have mental contact and accept that person as it is, as he is. Now we go to the next part. Man versus nature. So man versus nature. The quick tip I will give is the virtue of acceptance in this. Buddhism called it Tathata. Vedanta calls it Ishwar Pranidhana. Accept all situations as they come. So what is acceptance? Acceptance means accepting loving acceptance to all choiceless situations of life. I repeat, loving acceptance to all choiceless situations in life. Whatever a situation comes, ask yourself, do I have a choice in that? If there is a choice, put efforts. If there are no choice, immediately accept it. Loving acceptance to all choiceless situations in life. It's very powerful. The moment you accept things as it is, situations as it is, relations as it is. So that Vedanta says is called Ishwar Pranidhana. The wrong way of thinking is why me? Why it happened to me? Why it always happens to me? The right way of thinking is now it has happened. Now what? Now I do not have any choice to change it. Let me have broad shoulders and embrace whatever is planned for me. Because I do not know enough. The last one. For man versus within, Vedanta says, know your purpose of life. When you absolutely know what is your purpose of life, you will never be confused about the happenings in life. In Vedanta, we call about it Swadhyaya. Swadhyaya. Through this we will know, Swadhyaya means study yourself. By this we know what is our purpose of life. Let me give you 4 quick parameters to know whether you are living your purpose of life or not. Fine. Whatever you are doing right now, any profession or anything you are doing, keep raising your hands if it works for you. Parameter number 1. Simple questions to help us understand whether am I living my purpose of life. Question number 1. When you do that work, time flies. The last time you see watch and the next time you see, 3 hours flew and you never knew it. Raise your hand. Does it happen to you in your work? Good. Second parameter. When you are doing it, even you lose the sense of yourself. You forget yourself for hours, as if you don't exist, and for hours you don't remember yourself. Does it happen to you in your work? Third, even if nobody will pay you a single penny, you will still do it. Perfect, perfect. Last parameter, when you do it, after hours of doing it, your body feels tired, but your mind remains relaxed. Does it happen to you? Perfect. If you have raised hand in all 4 questions, you are living on the path of your purpose of life, and soon you will get it. So I'm sure that through following these tips from Vedanta and Buddhism, we will certainly reach to Samadhi state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vikranji. So thank you for your insights and your wise words. Yeah, and now, so these days we are blessed by the presence of Padma Shri Amrita Suryananda Maharaj from Portugal. So, and I would ask you to come on stage. Swami Suryananda is Yoga Master, President of the Portuguese Yoga Federation and founder of the Yoga Sankhya Institute in Portugal. He is a disciple of Krishnanandaji of the Shivananda Ashram in Rishikesh and influenced by Aurobindo, Vivekananda, Satyananda, Kuvalayananda and Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. And he is also author of yoga books, Chakra Sutra, the 7 main chakras in yoga and Sankhya, and Cosmogenesis and Yoga Beyond Hydrogen. And Swamiji is going to give a talk now on yoga and the our world. So thank you very much for joining us and sharing your insights and your inspiration.
Está pronta? Light and global peace and harmony. Mahatma Dr. Vikram Tomar, the organizer of this event. My dear friend, Master Sukadev, Vice President of the European Yoga Confederation, and the honorable host of this event in this perfect ashram. Fellow gurus, yoga professors, and disciples present.
And now we apologize, but not to bore you much and also to respect the time of this session, I will read in English a part of this lecture of my Sadhguruji on his behalf. According to Samkhya Advaita, which was the first darshana, Purusha is the Tattva Zero and is non-produced and also non-producer, which already points out that it was the great Bharata civilization that introduced the concept of zero, shunya, into modern mathematics. The Purusha plane is Advaita, non-dual. In all aspects, he is one and contains, for example, antimatter and matter, but in a stable form, and he is minus and plus together, etc. His memory, Akashic record, is unimaginable. His energy is super titanic, and he is omnipotent and omniscient. He is supra-dimensional, and also is the enabler of the Mahakalpa, the grand universal cycles, among other things. But Purusha can never directly intermingle in the creation, which, to say the least, will prevent the human being from blaming him for everything that is wrongly done. And because we are endowed with free will, we also have to be full of self-responsibility and self-demand. The primordial Mahapurusha will put into motion a multi-complex supersubstance, the Mula Prakriti, literally the root of Prakriti, that will drastically transform the conditions of the Purusha plane, filtering everything that there is to be filtered and also reducing exceptionally the energetic parameters of that high and almost incomprehensible promoting plane of multiverses. The Mula Prakriti, in certain aspects, and poorly compared, would work as a very high voltage transformer, lowering the high intensities of the currents into our low voltage network. Even then, the universe will be born with energies still incomprehensible and unbearable for us. For example, a temperature of the order of 10 to 32 Kelvin. Also, time of the Purusha plane is measured in imaginary numbers of Descartes, where I equals the square root of -1, which will refer to a non-linear time, that is, a place where eternity reigns. In the transition zone, the Mula Prakriti, time is then transformed into complex time, which is a mixture of the imaginary time with our real time, the one that among us seems to run linearly from the past to the future. And so many more examples that the short duration of this presentation does not allow us to approach, but that in the simplified yantra of the slide we can visualize a little more.
Em seguida, dá-se a transição para a Mahashakti, o Tattva número 1, que é não produzida e não produtora, a qual, nunca o esqueçamos, traz consigo o reflexo do Purusha. Ela, através do único buraco branco cósmico, o primordial, que, paradoxalmente e segundo os físicos, tem as características de um corpo negro, isto é, nesse instante primevo está em equilíbrio perfeito, de acordo com as leis da termodinâmica e também com a respectiva lei de Kirchhoff, tendo também nesse momento uma entropia igual a 0. Aí produzirá o dito Big Bang, o nosso Maha-Om, a super vibração criadora e sustentadora de todo o cosmos.
Then there is the transition to the Mahashakti, the Tattva number 1, which is non-produced and producer, let us never forget, brings with her the reflection of Purusha. She, through the unique cosmic white hole, the primordial, which paradoxically and according to the physicists has the characteristics of a black body, that is to say, in that primeval instant is in perfect balance, according to the laws of thermodynamics and also with the respective law of Kirchhoff, having also at that moment an entropy equal to 0. Will produce there the so-called Big Bang, our Maha-Om, the creator and sustaining supervibration of the whole cosmos. Despite all this sacrifice of preparatory accommodation made by the Mula Prakriti, the conditions at the beginning of this universe are still unimaginable. In the so-called Planck's time of the genial Max Planck, the instant 10 to minus 43 of the first second, the temperature was incinerator of 10 to 32 Kelvin, as we had already seen. Remembering that the temperature of the plasma of the inside of the star, where all the elements of the universe are fabricated and also where light is produced, it's of the order of only 10 to 7 Kelvin. And the energy at stake was phenomenal in that moment, 10 to 19 giga electron volts. And its density was impossible, 10 to 97 grams per cubic centimeter, and close to the golden portal of the initial singularity, Planck's dimension, calculated for that instant, is tiny, and of the order of 10 to minus 33 centimeters. Also remembering here comparatively that the atom measures around 10 to minus 8 centimeters, and its very small nucleus 10 to minus 13 centimeters. This old furnace of exuberance shows very clearly why Purusha, at least from the energetic point of view, but not only, could never mix with the creation.
E no curto período Advaita, primordial, deste universo, manifestam-se as consciências dos Jivatma, ou seja, nós, as quais trazem também em si o reflexo do Purusha e obedecem igualmente às suas leis. E essas luzes formam o imenso, doce e belo mar de prata inicial, onde experimentamos pela primeira vez o fortíssimo e diretor conceito de One Being, One Consciousness. Somos todos um, provenientes do Uno. Seria bom que nunca mais esquecêssemos esta divina e nobre realidade, mesmo 7 estratos abaixo, como é a situação da humanidade atual.
And in the short Advaita primordial period of this universe, the consciousnesses of the Jiva Atma manifest themselves, that is, us, who also bring with them the reflection of Purusha, and also obey to his laws. And those lights form the immense, sweet, and beautiful initial silver sea, where we experience for the first time the most strong and directing concept of one being, one consciousness. We are all one, coming from the one. It would be good if we never forgot this divine and noble reality ever again, even 7 strata further down, as is the situation of humanity today. This firm remembrance today will enable us to constantly embrace Bharata India's motto, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are all one family. And that constant livingness is obviously the only one that can save humanity, together with the practice of yoga from Bharata. Since 13.8 thousand million years ago, we have known that we are all brothers and sisters, and because we have the size of our memory, it is good that we are also always grandiose. Today, the top scientists know that this universe already existed before the instant zero, but in the form of information, fruit of the most strong Manasika, programmer. And the Royal Astronomer of Cambridge University, Sir Martin Rees, wins the title of British Peer for his book, Just 6 Numbers, on the 6 universal fundamental constants around which the cosmos will be organized. And it was enough for one of them to have been badly tuned, for the universe not to have developed at its very beginning, or to have even collapsed. These astonishing findings highlight to us why it was probably chosen for the first darshana the name Samkhya, number or reason.
Também, a quando do Mahaom foi injetado inegável algoritmo cósmico com toda a macroprogramação do universo, onde se verificará uma constante evolução e complexização em todas as suas facetas, quer dos elementos, quer da mineralogia, quer da botânica e da zoologia, e ainda proporcionando notoriamente condições para a expansão das consciências dos seres pensantes criados.
Also, at the time of the Maha-Om, an undeniable cosmic algorithm was injected with all the macro programming of the universe, where there will be a constant evolution and complexization in all its facets, whether of the elements or mineralogy, botany, and zoology, and also notarially providing conditions for the expansion of the consciousness of the created thinking beings. Also in that very short primeval Advaita period of this universe, we can get some more ideas of what is going on the other side, the Purusha plane, before the instant zero. The top scientists alert us once again to the detection of the so-called angel particles, or Majorana fermions, which contain in them also their antimatter particle, but without annihilating each other, reinforcing the quantum theory of the supersymmetry and clearly showing us the existence of one initial Advaita. Also, in that time is detected the KMS condition by the scientists Kubo, Martin, and Schwinger, the later a Nobel Prize in Physics, 1965, which reinforces the existence in this period of the so-called complex time, that mixture of imaginary time full of eternity, the one on the side of the Purusha, with our normal real time. Likewise, the discovery of the fantastic tachyon, which, when they manifest, they surprisingly move from the past to the future simultaneously, being the evidence that time is not linear and doesn't move from past to present as we think. And the tachyon move faster than the speed of light, which also forces us to remember that for those who travel close to the speed of light, time runs much slower, pointing to an unimaginable longevity. This, according to the general theory of relativity of Einstein. Curiously, this primeval time is called by the scientists as Grand Unification Epoch, because the four fundamental macro forces that in the beginning organized and that today rule the entire universe are still united in the unified superforce. It was also recently discovered that inside a stellar black hole near its singularity and due to the action of supergravity existing there again, as in the beginning, when the weak nuclear force and the electromagnetic force are already together again, the existence of a living and non-living being are the same reality. Recalling the quantum theory on the laws of the microcosmos, masterfully exposed in the work In Search of Schrödinger's Cat, where the central character of the book goes through the same situation. Curiously, this book intends to reinforce the uncertainty principle of his colleague Heisenberg, both Nobel Prize awardees, which is the basis of the scientific justification for our free will, with which, in such a deterministic universe, we have been endowed.
A afirmação de quanto mais subtil, mais poderoso, devemos aqui fixar para sempre, combatendo a atual situação de investigar para matar, que hoje em dia está numa tenebrosa moda, anti-grande obra da criação. A nossa premente proposta para a fundação da Instituição Internacional Cientistas para a Paz deverá ser uma urgência para todos nós aqui presentes.
The statement that the more subtle, the more powerful, we must establish here forever, fighting the current situation of research to kill, that is nowadays a tenebrous trend, anti-great work of creation. Our pressing proposal for the foundation of the international institution, Scientists for Peace, should be an urgency for all of us here present.
Então, a Mahashakti Devi, multicomplexa, que contém tudo o que existe e o que virá a existir neste universo, tudo sem exceção, através do Mahat Prânico, que é também ela própria, produz todos os 24 Tattva, sendo 20 deles organizados em 4 grupos, os produzidos e produtores e os produzidos e não produtores. No slide vemos um yantra sobre este assunto, o qual foi extraído da minha obra Samkhya, Cosmogénese e Yoga, para além do hidrogênio, escrita no início da década de 1980 e hoje completamente esgotada.
So, the multi-complex Mahashakti Devi, which contains everything that exists and that will come to exist in this universe, everything without exception, through the Mahat, Pranik, which is also herself, produces all the 24 Tattva, being 20 of them organized in 4 groups, the produced and producers and the produced and non-producers. On the slide, we see a yantra on this subject, which was extracted from my work, Samkhya, Cosmogenesis, and Yoga, Beyond Hydrogen, written in the early 1980s and now completely sold out.
Congratulations. A Mahashakti, grosseiramente falando, qual grande engenheira do grande arquiteto Purusha, neste processo de construção do universo, estratifica-se 7 vezes, em 7 dimensões, cada vez mais densas, criando assim um cosmos tipo 7D, o nosso. Organizado nas suas 3 macroestratificações, os 3 sharira, o denso perceptível e o subtil, mas ainda perceptível, o que constitui o quadrado inferior, e acima de a tríada superior, o imortal em nós.
The Mahashakti, roughly speaking, as grand engineer of the grand architect Purusha, in this process of construction of the universe, stratifies herself 7 times in 7 dimensions, each time more dense, thus creating a 7D type of cosmos, ours, organized in its 3 macro stratifications, the 3 sharira, the dense perishable, and the subtle but still perishable, which constitute the lower square, and above the upper triad, the immortal in us. The Samkhya Darshana, which is, as we see, cosmogenic but also anthropogenic, proposes to the courageous Shishya Sadhaka a set of wise exercises so that the small created may, once again, see and understand the universal all, and called this set of exercises yoga. And one day, yoga became a darshana, independent, the last darshana. The great Vyasa in the Yoga Bhashya, his commentaries to the Yoga Sutra of the Maharishi Patanjali, tells us, such is the teaching of Patanjali's yoga in the exposition of Samkhya. And also if we listen to Ishvara Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita from the Mahabharata, he tells us that Samkhya Darshana and Yoga Darshana are Sanatana Dve, the 2 eternal sister philosophies.
Então o yoga permite-nos, despertando a mítica Kundalini Shakti, encerrada no basalto do Muladhara Chakra, e se bem conduzida, subir ao longo dos 7 chakras principais, os 7 degraus das dimensões cósmicas, expandindo a consciência, alcançar o Samadhi, a iluminação intelectiva, humanocósmica, e tornar o sadhana, o sadhaka, num Kaivalya Mukta, um liberte da ignorância e da escuridão, processo que naturalmente requer a orientação de um guru qualificado. Não podemos, neste momento, deixar de ironizar que não se conseguem vislumbrar aqui neste yantra as 7 cores do arco-íris, como agora está na moda os leigos não iniciados erradamente colocarem nos seus livros sobre este precioso tema. E quero agora aqui reforçar a condução de Sri Swami Shivananda Saraswati, que afirma com toda a clareza, sem Kundalini não há Samadhi. E como uma grama de prática vale mais do que uma tonelada de teoria, mesmo da boa, é melhor que todos pratiquemos com afinco, todos os dias, quando não teremos qualquer resultado e perder-se-á uma encarnação, ou até uma geração.
So, yoga allows us to, by awakening the mythical Kundalini Shakti enclosed in the basalt of the Muladhara Chakra, and if well conducted, ascend along the 7 main chakra, the 7 steps of the cosmic dimensions, expanding the consciousness to reach the Samadhi, the human cosmic intellective enlightenment, and turn the sadhaka into a Kaivalya Mukta, liberated from ignorance and darkness, a process that naturally requires the guidance of a qualified guru. We cannot, at this point, help but to ironically point out that one cannot glimpse here in this yantra the 7 colors of the rainbow. As it is now a trend, the non-initiated laymen erroneously put in their books on this precious theme. And now I want to reinforce here the guidance of Sri Swami Shivananda Saraswati, that clearly states without Kundalini there is no Samadhi. And because 1 gram of practice is worth more than a ton of theory, even the best, it is best that we all practice persistently every day. Otherwise, we will have no result and an incarnation or even a generation will be lost.
De acordo com o Shastra, São-nos então oferecidas 3 vias: Brahmacharya, Tantra e ainda a via do meio, a Shakti.
According to the Shastra, we are then offered 3 pathways: Brahmacharya, Tantra, and also the middle path, Shakti. The Adi Guru, Lord Shiva, lives us in the Shastra and in the powerful spoken tradition of Bharata 14 technical disciplines to help overcome the stiffness of the Shishya, beginners. And so, through the initiatic exercises in the daily sadhana, we are able to turn the potential stone, but in a rough form, into a splendid diamond of light. I remind you here that the gateway to the yoga sadhana is ahimsa, not to kill, not to bully, using diplomatic solutions to resolve conflicts. There is no gateway other than this one, and only through it may one become a yogi. If there could only be one commandment today, it would be ahimsa, which is what is lacking the most to humanity now all over the planet. Whenever we have the elevation, the nobility, and even the asceticism, even at the cost of personal sacrifice, of stopping an interpersonal war next to us, we are climbing a step on the ladder of evolution. And whenever we don't do this, we are contributing to the damnation of the human DNA and even of the planet. We also declare that when we quote Gandhiji and say, "Realize in yourself what you want to see happen in the world," we are only parroting this, but without any depth. Or not. So let us stop being little parrots and become true philosophers in the path, putting into practice in the hard moments what we say we believe in. Only that may transmute the acharya. And thus, having the strength and the right to demand to the rulers to not promote international wars, because we are more than 7,000 million of incarnated jiva, and we remember that we are the primordial brotherhood of the Silver Sea. And also because once we have stopped a small war of ours, we will be able to demand to prevent a great war. A war is a blasphemy against ahimsa and against creation. And it resembles racism, and both are huge errors of biological vision. And the arrogance of hatred, now accentuated by the depressive and war-maker virus, never know how to stop, and aggression is not the way to the future, and is never a sign of great beings. Quite the contrary. The endless conflicts are useless and insane acts done by useless and ill beings. And forgiveness and peace only exist in the higher and evolved beings. Look at the example of the enormous Nelson Mandela. The Mahashakti is life, mother, and forgiveness, and chance of constant evolution. Is there anything greater than to join the eternal, intelligent, and immense universal work? Breaking ahimsa at any level could throw this planet paradise into the opposite condition of the great plan of creation, a stack of boulders in the icy black space. And it is already enough, one inhospitable asteroid belt in the solar system. This one between Mars, of war, and Jupiter, the Guru. One is already enough and is even too much. We don't want another one. Look at this horror you see here. It could be our future. We must not allow more small fires to be started and maintained on a planet which is almost all burning in the flames of war. And those who do this must ponder, and with courage and lucidity reverse their course. Starting so many fires can turn the planet into a lifeless big piece of coal. The only effective water against the fire of hatred and aggression is universal love. Let no one be afraid of love. It is our sap of life. We must only fear the fratricidal and insane wars. Let us not want to contribute anything at all, to destroy the precious planet paradise. Listen, please, or it may be too late.
Quando me foi apontado o caminho dos verdes relevados e da luz do sol, com a prática global do yoga, do Internacionale of Yoga, Lord Shiva afirmou que esse dia não podia calhar no aniversário de ninguém, por mais nobre que seja, nem na comemoração da vitória de um povo sobre o outro, ou algo parecido. Teria que calhar num auspício cósmico, e apontou o dia da luz, o solstício de junho 21, e mostrou toda a humanidade ao ar livre a praticar yoga num misto de fraternidade e luz da evolução. E assim se fez. E seria um dia onde durante 24 horas não haveria derramamento de sangue, nem agressão em todo o planeta. E docemente ainda trovejou. Terá que ser um feriado global. E apelo, pois, aqui, mais uma vez, a todos vós, excelências, para que este feriado global se concretize. E apelo igualmente a todos os gurus e também ao governo da Índia. Este feriado global é uma grande urgência. Temos de fazer pender esta balança para o lado da divina vida.
When I was pointed to the path of green grass fields and sunlight with the global yoga practice of the International Day of Yoga, Lord Shiva said that this day could not be on anyone's birthday, no matter how noble, nor on the commemoration of the victory of one people over another, or something similar to that. It had to be a cosmic auspice, and pointed the day of light, the solstice of June 21st, and showed humanity outdoors practicing yoga in a mix of fraternity and light of evolution, and so it was done. And it would be a day of 24 hours without bloodshed and without aggression in the entire planet. And sweetly still he thundered, and it has to be a worldwide holiday. And so I appeal once again here to all of you excellencies to make this worldwide holiday happen. And I appeal likewise to all the gurus and also to the government of India. This worldwide holiday is a great urgency. We must tip this scale in favor of the divine life.
Este caminho é o verdadeiro caminho do Ahimsa e da iluminação da humanidade e da fraternidade humana. Um verdadeiro Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Olhem para Bharata, repleto dos maravilhosos Mahagurus, que tudo conseguem, e onde até o primeiro-ministro líder, Sri Narendra Modi, é um grande yogi. A união dos gurus da Índia deverá ser um exemplo para os gurus de todo o mundo, pois todos têm o superior dever de pugnar pelos macro-objetivos da paz mundial e da iluminação da humanidade. E tal deve sobrepor sempre a qualquer outra situação, que será, sem exceção, considerada muito menor do que estes dois propósitos dourados. Esta geração é vossa. Rompam com o passado das guerras infinitas e estéreis e apontem o caminho do Ahimsa, da concórdia, da fraternidade e de um futuro excelso à humanidade. A Índia, como país, é uma superpotência, mas sem aspirações guerreiras e expansionistas e que vivencia constantemente a filosofia do seu Shastra. Ela é um grande modelo. É por isso que há longo tempo temos defendido na ONU e por toda a parte que a Índia se deve tornar o 6º membro permanente do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas, pois isso será um grande benefício para toda a sociedade humana.
This path is the true path of Ahimsa and of the enlightenment of humanity and of human fraternity, a true Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Take a look at Bharata, full of the marvelous Mahagurus, who achieve everything, and where even the leader Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi is a great yogi. The union of the Guru of India must be an example to the Guru of the entire world, because all have the superior duty to plead for the macro purposes of world peace and the enlightenment of humanity. And it should always overlap any other situation that will be considered, without exception, much minor than these two golden goals. This generation is yours. Break with the past of the endless and sterile wars and point the path of ahimsa, of concord fraternity and the sublime future to humanity. India as a country is a superpower, but without expansionist and warlike aspirations, and that enlivens constantly the philosophy of their Shastra. It is a great model. That is why we have defended for a long time in the United Nations and everywhere that India should become the 6th permanent member of the Security Council of the UN, because that will be a great benefit to all the human society.
4,6 mil milhões de anos investidos na Pérola Azul, o nosso planeta-mãe, que tem um suporte de 13,8 mil milhões de anos de toda a preparação cósmica, não nos pode conduzir ao cego caminho do ódio e da agressão constante e sem parar. Já basta de tanto antigo caminho. Só há um verdadeiro caminho, o da macroconsciência, do amor universal e da fraternidade humana e da gratidão. Por isso, temos todos de nos tornar já um Puja People, integrados na grande obra da criação.
4.6 thousand million years invested in the blue pearl, our mother planet, which has the support of 13.8 thousand million years of the entire cosmic preparation, cannot lead us to the blind path of hatred and aggression, constant and without stopping. It is enough, so much of an anti-path. There is only one true path, the one of the macro memory, of universal love, human fraternity and gratitude. That is why we must all become at once a Puja people, integrated in the great work of creation.
E se refletirmos sobre o perfil do político global do futuro? Ele terá que ser um democrata e terá que se inserir num código de conduta internacional aprovado pela ONU, onde jurará, no ato da sua posse, que nunca modificará e aumentará os seus mandatos, quer em anos de duração, quer em número de mandatos. Ele será o que respeitará os seus eleitores, nunca lhes mentindo ou manipulando, pois sabe que somos todos nobres cidadãos, os tais Jivamukta, do reflexo do Purusha e do mar da prata primordial. O político do futuro será aquele que virá a recriar um planeta novamente ecológico e onde todos contam, e a felicidade de todos é muito importante, e a guerra é um inferno para cada um, sem exceção, e não adianta fingir. O estadista ideal do futuro irá proclamar que não temos inimigos entre nós e que realmente somos um só povo num só planeta, para que no futuro não sejam precisos exércitos e que se deverá caminhar progressivamente, mas pragmaticamente, para um governo global. A diversidade é uma grande riqueza cósmica e a humanidade inteligente, na sua respeitável diversidade, deverá ser una para nos transformarmos num planeta aceito e integrado na Ganga Akasha, a Via Láctea, e até no imenso macrocosmos.
And if we ponder on the profile of the global politician of the future, he must be a Democrat, and will have to adhere to an international code of conduct approved by the UN, where he will swear upon taking office that he will never modify and augment his mandates, either in years of duration or in number of mandates. He will be the one who respects his electors, never lying to them or manipulating them, because he knows that we are all noble citizens, the Jiva Mukta of the reflection of Purusha, and the primordial Silver Sea. The politician of the future will have to be the one recreating an ecological planet again, and where everyone counts, and the happiness of everyone is very important, and war is a hell for each one, without exception, and there's no use in pretending. The ideal statesman of the future will proclaim that we don't have enemies amongst us, and that we really are one people in one planet, so that in the future no armies will be needed, and that we should walk progressively but pragmatically towards a global government. Diversity is a great cosmic richness, and the intelligent humanity in its respectable diversity must be one, so we may transform into a planet accepted and integrated in Ganga Akasha, the Milky Way, and even in the immense macrocosmos.
E para terminar, afirmo, se em cada instante, cada ser humano usar a máxima bondade que tem em si, mesmo com um aparente grande sacrifício pessoal, ganhará a eternidade e salvará o planeta, e demonstrará que não somos autofágicos e que o ADN humano é viável e não cosmicamente descartável. E todos deverão estar seguros que os arautos dos preciosos segredos orientais serão com certeza diplomatas e ativos defensores do Ahimsa, e nunca o seu oposto, e guardiães do futuro, afirmando que o yoga conduz à luz da hiperconsciência cósmica do Samadhi e à libertação da ignorância e à vivência do que é eterno e imortal. E se nós virmos o imortal, tornamos-nos imortais. E os servos da morte, os senhores das guerras, só temem aqueles que sabem que são imortais, como a treva teme a luz. E para que se abra uma ampla e segura autoestrada para o amanhã, o caminho terá que ser balizado e vivenciado pela máxima, um planeta, uma família, um futuro.
And to end, I state, if at every instant every human being uses the maximum kindness he has within, even with great apparent self-sacrifice, he will win eternity and save the planet and demonstrate that we are not autophagic and that the human DNA is viable and not cosmically disposable. And all should be certain that the herald of the precious Eastern secrets will surely be diplomats and active defenders of Ahimsa, and never its opposite, and guardians of the future, stating that yoga leads to the light of the hyper-cosmic consciousness of Samadhi, and to the liberation of ignorance, and to experiencing what is eternal and immortal. And if we see the immortal, we become immortal. And the servants of death, the lords of wars, only fear those who know they are immortal, like darkness fears the light. And to open a wide and safe highway for tomorrow, the path must be marked and lived through the motto, one planet, one family, one future.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Thank you very much, Swami Padmarshi Amrita Suyananda Maharaj, for your inspiring words full of wisdom. Now we have a little change in the program. There will not be a video of Dr. Françoise Barbara Friedman. There will be a live Zoom lecture of Amra Kubat from Bosnia, hopefully. Yes. Amra Kubat, you can hear me?
She's not there.
Amra. Oh. Hari Om, Amra, you can hear me? May you want to say something so we can hear you too? We cannot hear you. Now we hear you. Hari Om, Amra. But from Bosnia, please. It's now your turn.
Okay, thank you so much. Namaste to everyone. My name is Nanda Kubatokic. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm teaching yoga about 10 years, and I have a small holistic center in capital city Sarajevo. So you are always very welcome to visit us. Today I will talk about Asana for decluttering the memory. As you know, we are affected on different levels by clutter.
No talks
In the context of our minds, clutter could manifest as racing thoughts, memories, or wandering imagination. In our physical space, clutter could be dirty clothes on the floor, or dirty dishes in the sink, or even unorganized home. Individuals that experience mental clutter are more likely to live in space with physical clutter. In yoga, keeping a clean and tidy space is considered sattvic, the Sanskrit word that describes the quality of lightness and purity. Keeping a pure and light clean space can also include the washing and sanitizing, often to reduce exposure to bacteria, dirt, and other pathogens that would cause many diseases. I will explore how the outer space and inner space are mirrors for one another, how decluttering can help clear your mind and save your time. And I will present some yoga strategies for maintaining decluttered internal and external space. When your outer world is in a state that is very dirty or cluttered, then it is more likely your inner world is in a state of disharmony as well. This is not necessarily a direct causal relationship, meaning that one doesn't always cause the other, but it has been proven that the two affect one another. When you procrastinate decisions or completing tasks, it is more likely for the mind to become cluttered with thoughts about unfinished tasks. This mental clutter is mirrored into your physical living space. This ultimately affects your sense of well-being. If not addressed, these patterns can become lifelong indicators. So, you ready to declutter? Where to start will depend on which areas of your life you find the most cluttered. Both yoga and meditation help you to quiet the mind voice, bringing your attention to your breathing, being silent, or chanting the positive mantras, are all examples of yogic techniques that allow you to see past the stream of consequences that's likely currently governing your day-to-day interactions, moods, behaviors, and feelings. But humans are a complex web of thoughts, emotions, and beliefs that are based on past experiences and which inform future ones. In yogic terms, these experiences come from the ahamkara, ego mind. That aspect of us shaped by the sensations, thoughts, and emotions that validate or threaten who we believe we are. The yoga posture itself requires various muscle actions, contractions or lengthening, all of which create physical sensations. These impressions pass through our sensory experience, and the ego mind extrapolates meaning, which is expressed through language, thoughts, and inevitably how we respond. In this way, asana becomes the container thought which we learn about our patterns of thinking and being. So, for very fast declutter the memory, I suggest you to practice Brahmari Pranayama, Asana 2, or bumblebee breath. It is very calming breathing technique that has a soothing and healing effect on the mind. It's very easy to practice, and you can always sit in Sukhasana, very easy posture, very easy asana, and do Brahmari Pranayama. Brahmari Pranayama is one of my favorite breathing exercises to calm down the mind and silence the senses. With its deep healing, it helps to withdraw from sensory overload and can also reduce headaches, improve focus, and soothe symptoms of anxiety. It nurtures peace in your being, which in turn results in self-healing. The Brahmari Pranayama lowers one's blood pressure, thus relieving hypertension. It releases cerebral tension. Hence, it is recommended as a nightly routine yoga for better sleep. It soothes the nerves. There is some science behind the Brahmari Pranayama. There is that the sound we generate when we exhale while practicing this asana, which resembles the humming sound of a bee in your throat cartilage, creates a calming effect in your brain and body. So, it's good to know spiritual benefits of Brahmari Pranayama. Humming has a powerful effect on the body, mind, and spirit. The humming sound produced during Brahmari Pranayama functions as a detoxifier, cleaning the mind of all negative thoughts. It awakens and channels higher-level energy centers, which are crucial for spiritual development. Brahmari Asana promotes focus, speech discrimination, and gripping capacity by putting the brain wave in your non state. This long-term workout, if done correctly, can revitalize and transform the body, mind, and spirit in the same time. It's very important to remember that people with any medical condition should always consult with their doctor before beginning any new exercises or breathing practices, especially if they have any doubts and concerns. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with the distractions and demands, we tend to lose touch with ourselves and what actually matters. Bamboo breathing provides an opportunity to step back, slow down, and reconnect with our inner selves in a way that can be truly restorative and healing. Next asana, which I choose to talk about for decluttering the memory, is Vikshasana, or tree stand pose. Why? Because Vrikshasana is a primarily balancing posture. It aids in bodily and mental balance at the same time. The stand seeks to keep your body and the mind from wandering and maintain balance while being in the moment. Similar to how a tree can balance while remaining securely anchored. Your body will become more centered from the inside, resulting in a sense of serenity and stability. Vrikshasana helps us achieve peace of mind and benefits those who are facing problems such as anxiety and depression. It increases concentration, immunity, and stamina too. Moreover, it helps to build self-esteem and self-confidence. It has a calming and relaxing effect and stretches the body head to toe. Why Vrikshasana again? Because it promotes a sense of balance of body, mind, and soul. Just remember that. Of course, there is so many other benefits of Vrikshasana. It may also aid in the prevention of diseases such as Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, etc., etc. The next asana is Paschimottanasana, seated forward bend. Paschimottanasana is, of course, Sanskrit name, translated as best stretching pose. Interesting, yeah? He's explaining the sunset of a practice traditionally initiated facing the rising sun. Paschim means the left side. This name indicates the back of the body from the head to the heels. In Paschimottanasana yoga, the back side of your whole body, including the spine, is intensely stretched. When both the legs are stretched in a straight position on the ground by holding the big toes with hands and placing the forehead on the knees, makes a seated forward bend yoga which calms your mind and restores it completely. Paschimottanasana yoga act on Manipura chakra, solar plexus. Regular practice of Paschimottanasana stimulates the Manipura chakra and control your ego. So you can hear your soul better after this asana. Do you know, the front side of our body is similar to the east side, whereas the back side is similar to the west side. In Paschimottanasana, our back side is intensely stretched. Therefore, if you perform this asana facing the west side, might benefit. And the sunflower, as the down face the rising sunflower the east, and as they pass, they face the setting sun and rest in the west, just like this asana. So, there is some psychology, according to Ayurveda. This posture has a calming and cooling effect on the body and mind, and is therefore very good for reducing heat of Pitta. It is particularly effective for Vata, for calming Vata, and for cooling Pitta times. This posture is excellent for the flow of prana, the downward flowing prana from the lower back to the feet. It removes waste products from the pranic field and therefore the body and mind. This downward flowing prana governs the productive cow. Lower column cow help on the bladder and the interior. It also has the effect of calming the mind and reducing mental waste. The out-breath of focus on exhalation will accentuate the downward flow. So, my next asana is Halasana, one of my favorites. Halasana is classic yoga pose, or asana in Sanskrit that include many types of yoga practices. It involves lying on your back and placing your feet on the floor behind your head. Typically, you do a halasana towards the end of the yoga session. However, it's the third of 12 basic asanas in the Shivananda technique. There are many ways of looking at the halasana, or flow pose, in a stretch of deeper meaning and guidance. As with many yoga asanas, halasana's meaning suggested of the basic shape of the pose, which resembles the traditional pose found in Tibetan and Indian culture. Symbolically, the pose is represented in the myths and the traditional stories of Egypt, China, Tibet, and India. In the Ramayana, King Janaka uncovers a beautiful baby girl as he is blowing the earth in a sacrificial ground. He adopts the baby and names her Sita, and she later becomes the beautiful wife of Rama. This story relates the power of the soul as a tool for relieving hidden treasures. Halasana is an inversion asana, of course, which means your heart is positioned on your head. This type of position offers several benefits. Halasana boosts circulation, improves blood pressure, and lowers blood sugar levels, which is helpful for diabetes management. Halasana stretches your spine, strengthens, tones your back muscles. It helps to relieve tightness in your neck, shoulders, and back. The pose also strengthens your arms and legs. Flow pose always allows you to relax, which helps relieve stress and tensions, both physically and mentally. Giving yourself time to relax may help you feel more rested and at ease. In turn, you may find it easier to fall asleep and sleep deeply. Undoubtedly, it's often said that turning your body upside down during immersions can spark new ways of thinking, offer a fresh perspective, or boost your mood. You may wish to experiment with this as part of the practice. Next asana is Padmasana, or lotus pose. It is an ancient Indian practice where a person sits in a cross-legged posture, placing feet on the opposite sides. Lotus pose is an established Vedasana in Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist traditions. Padmasana allows the body to be held completely steady for a longer period. Of course, Padmasana helps in focusing and diminishing stress. It holds the wandering thoughts and stabilizes the mind. The steadiness and calmness are the real steps toward meditation. The lotus pose also encourages the biggest process and towards sacral nerves that provide control to the stomach and legs by increasing the flow of blood. Do you know, Padmasana commonly depicts the sitting posture of monks or devotees in Jainism, resembling the image of Mahavira constructed in this position. Lotus pose or Padmasana refers to the power to walk over the flames of fire, which is classified as extraordinary power under Akasagamini Rabi, also known as sky-faring powers. It is believed to be the pose granting the extraordinary power to move into the sky. It is prescribed that the icon of the deities be shown in a worship position. Goddesses Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Amma are found to be seated in Padmasana postures. According to the Sagrada Siddharaka, consists of 5 support sets. Padmasana is the posture that involves Lord Shiva. Is offered flowers through the ceremonial producer during Siddharakana. So, I hope that you are learned something new today, and I wish you all nice and pleasant day. Thank you for your attention. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Amra Kubat, joining our World Yoga Summit in Bad Meinberg from Bosnia. So thank you all for your words, for listening and sharing your wisdom and love. So, and now I wish you all a good meal. Om. 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 Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Bolo Satguru Shivananda Maharaj ki Jai. Om Bolo Sarva Santana ki Jai. Hari Om Tat Sat.
The soft copy of this. I will be needing a soft copy of this. Soft copy computer. Editable. You also can tell her. I will also tell her. Yeah, please. Thank you. Yes. So. Yes. Okay. You will have lecture everyone. Right now, Andreji, Christoph and Karin here.
Ja, I got program. That's good. Du, Christoph, beim Kongress hatten wir aber auch schon Zoom und das ging über die Soundanlage. Wie funktioniert das jetzt? Ich habe den gestern schon nicht. Ich weiß. Ich habe mitgekriegt, weil das wäre gut, wenn ihr das so generell nochmal checkt. Das muss ja funktionieren. Das hat ja schon funktioniert und das wird auch nicht sehr schade. Und dürfte man das ist schon eine Ursache Forschung hat. Wie das noch so ist, ne? Ja. Machst du echt so original? Nicht so viel nachdenken, wenn es besser. Thank you to everybody. Thank you. Hari Om, Swami Brahma nicht einander. Brahma nicht einander. Ach so. Nice to meet you.